Um, so today the plan is to try and add multiplayer to Snake like I was doing last time, but like successfully this time. So I've done a little bit of digging into Lightyear, and they appear to have the ability to do exactly what I want, which is to pass in like additional context when serializing something. So like access to the assets so that I can like pull out the specific piece of information that I want to send over the network without having to send like the entire network or keep a copy of whatever identifies things. Like, for example, handles, which is what I'm currently struggling with, need additional information because depending on when the asset was loaded will depend on when the handle ID is. You can't just send the handle as bytes. You have to actually like deserialize it into like which specific handle this is and send it across. So to do this, I need access to the asset server or to the asset like collection, so that I can, like in my specific case, the Snake asset actually keeps track of which ID like the Snake is. So I can like pull the ID out of the asset and send that across rather than having to keep track of like what file was loaded to get that asset. So we can just look and go, oh, I know what this Snake is, and send that as a single byte instead of having to serialize the entire string that represents the file path. So yeah, that's not much fun. But they have the ability to send context stuff. So I've actually just downloaded a local copy, and I've registered the component. I've added a new function here called register context aware, which then takes in additional context aware like serialization forms, which they all had. It's all there, like they use it anyway. But here they pass in their own specific types, which is a send entity map and a receive entity map, which is just a way of converting entities from like one world to the other world. But for the specific case I'm using, I don't actually need those. So I've said, hey, in context aware, if you need those, I guess you could wrap a tuple. I don't actually know, because it literally lets you take any type. So yeah, but it is erased, so it may have issues with not actually knowing what these types are, because as soon as they get erased, it's a pointer to the erased, and the erased doesn't actually hold that information, does it? Unsafe function, context serialized. So erased functions, I don't think, so we can say with context, and we can pass in apparently M2. Where the fuck is M2 coming from? Okay. Context. So that takes that. And self.serialize? What is self.serialize? Okay. Interesting. Oh, okay. So it's saying like with context, you pass in a specific context and it will return that specific context. Okay, interesting. Like a specific serializer for the context. So you're basically saying this is the contexted function and return that. So my concern here is that the erased serialized functions, which is what I'm actually looking at, do not have any kind of indicator, like anywhere, that tells you what the context was. So I'm going to have to be very careful, because if something tries to send my code, it's going to just pass in the wrong kind of thing. So this is where it's like they've written it really weirdly. They've blocked it off so that nobody else can touch it. I'm where I'm not supposed to be touching things. And yeah, there's no way it stores what the context types were. So that's interesting. I don't remember if tuple types are considered new types in Rust. I would assume so. So that'd be interesting. So erased certies. So one trick would be to just when you make a new erase certy, just store like the type IDs of the types, so that you can like at least check that they've passed the right types in when you go to call the functions. Yeah, type safety. Do it at runtime. But anyway, for now, we're just going to try and work out where exactly they call that. So I'm going to work out where they call this, because this is where they register with custom certy, which is the function that I can already call somewhere. They access, like they make it accessible from the world so that you can register your own types. Yeah, okay. Non-network component. Okay, so we're going to go here and we're going to say fn register context aware certy. So that's going to work like that. Okay, so this is just their extension thing. So this is just gonna do this, I guess. Let's look at what they're doing in their one. So their register component literally just calls it with default, and then they'll not default one. Yes, register is none. Then it inserts the new one: self world mute resource scope world registry component. But registers is registered, so it registers it and then it passes in the world. Component custom SETI, so passes in world and SETI functions. It's interesting that it takes in the world like that. I have to look what it's doing in that to work out. Yeah. Apparently this is important, cannot remove. Okay, fair enough. So we're just going to do exactly the same thing. Component registry, and then is if registry is registered, and so then we're going to stick this in, and we're going to stick it in the context of SETI and pass those two bugs in, and then okay. So basically mine just does exactly the same thing as theirs, but like with a little bit extra type awareness, and that should work. Okay, so now we just need to track this back to apparently we're throwing another error somewhere else. Wait, what? The trait type C. So C is component. What is the wait? How's this differ to mine then? The trait bound C component immutability is not satisfied. Oh, okay, yeah. Their type signatures are like way fancier than mine. Okay. Okay, there you go. That should deal with that weirdness. So open, I think I've got one too many closed. I think it's like this, maybe? No, it's right. It's open, close, close. Okay, so that's the result. So why are you saying this? Import has strict requirements that, stricter than, oh, because I didn't put it up here. Okay. I think it's like this, no, not you, like that. And that should work. Okay, so now we've got my trait popped in there on top. So we're going to go back to where we have to find the function that they're calling. Registry, is it this one? No, where the hell was it? It was in like registry. Okay, apparently we're in the same place. It's just somewhere else in this file. Probably this big block up here that I've edited. Okay. So they pass in the world, but what do they actually use the world for? Oh, to register components. Right, which I'm doing exactly the same thing. All right, cool. So my concern now is that they're going to pass into mine the custom thing, and they're going to pass in the wrong type data. That's almost certainly what's going to happen here. So that's going to be fun. That was a comment out of the test. So component registration. I have no idea where they actually use the components. So we're going to go back to mine. We're going to say, hey, can you, I don't know if it's going to show up yet, register component. So no, we need to do like update, I guess. Cargo update, right? Come on. I assume if I look through here, it's going to say that mine's been changed. I don't actually know how that works for like local dependencies. Because it's a local dependency, it may not actually detect that it's been changed. There's no fucking computer spin up, Jesus Christ. Memory didn't really do that much. Blink, blink, blink. Okay, strange. All right, so once that's done, just rush down Liza, come on. Chop, chop. Oh, you're up to indexing stuff and diagnostics and Clippy and Lightyear and window. Okay. Anyway, so I don't remember what it was called. Let's pop back over here and just copy the with custom. So with custom city, it's the with register context aware city. Okay, so it probably should be called something else then, because register context aware doesn't tell me it's registering a component. But anyway, maybe we'll rename it to like register component context aware. Register component context text aware, and then we just get rid of the city because none of the others say city. So register component context aware. Okay. So I don't think I F2'd that, so it's probably going to yell at me a bunch of places about that being wrong. Or did I F2 it? I guess we can search here and see if it turns up more than one place. Right, well you need to actually find the other place where the type was. Is it here? Oh, right, and then it calls into my function somewhere. No, apparently it doesn't. What? Oh, yeah, register context aware 30. It actually makes more sense like that, because it's like I'm saying register component that's context aware, and then it's actually calling its own, which is mine. Anyway, but naming scheme that's actually pretty good. I'm going to go back to here. I'm going to say, hey, any chance that you can find this function? Well, you seem to have found it because you've actually given me the right type details. And then you need to take in a serialize and a deserialize. So you take in a component and then a context serialize functions. No. See, but then you only take in snake, so that doesn't make any sense. Because that implies that new would give you a custom. When we say new, we say add default. Okay. Yeah, I don't like that. Very silly. So we call new and it initializes it with the default one, and then we say with context and we overwrite the default one. Yes, why would you do that? That's just such a bad way of doing that. Fuck. Okay, can we just like new with context? Thank you. No, what? Don't take yourself in. Context serialize. Right, like this. And then I guess we just have to give it a serialize as well. I could probably get away with being like, you can only use new with serialize if it implements default for context or something, so you can pass in the default context if you don't pass in the other one, but we may as well just pass in the serialize function like this. And then we just do that, like that. Okay. Okay. So new with context, then we have to do some updating. All right, back to you. Right. Actually, did that actually change mine? Fuck knows what that was. You. Yeah. Where is this? This is in registry. Okay. So check to make sure it actually changed it. It would probably be these three little lines down here. Okay. Right. So context. You. That's what we want. Okay. Yeah. New with context exists now. Cool. So it actually did make the changes in this place. Oh, it's in a different location. What? Oh, there's two. Oh, that's disgusting. Okay. Right. So you can say new with context, and we go here, and we go. Okay, so new underscore with context. All right. So we need to pass in the assert, which for the snake is just going to be. I'm just gonna make like a new function. It's gonna be called it fail. So fn fail. Oh, I need context. Which is gonna take in a type C, I guess, and it's gonna return a serialize. I think it's just serialize function. So here's fn. I think that's what you want. With context. Yeah, serialize fnm, which is just C. And then this type here needs to be imported. And we can look at it and go, okay, so it's just takes in an m and a writer and returns a result. Okay, so it's gonna go something like this, CM. Well, I guess it's CW. And then we're just gonna go error. What's the type? Serialization error. We're gonna bring this type in so that it fucking works. Import this. No, what type of errors do you let me have? Invalid packet type, invalid value. I wish I could fucking make it subtraction overflow, bin code, decode, bit code, echo. Okay, so the issue with IO is I'm just gonna say std IO error. I think it's custom. Oh, no. Kind. Except the error kind is not allowed. Access denied. Permission denied. And the error is context required. Okay. Lovely. So CW serialize CW. Okay. Well, technically we don't need these apparently, so can we do this? Say like just return that type. Okay, and then we come up here and we say that you are with context, and we say need context, comma, oh, actually we call that, don't we? Need context, and we call this, and we call it with snake. Probably don't need all that declaration there if we're just going to use snake then. Alright. So we say, hey, need context for the snake. We should probably print that into the error message, shouldn't we? Can I include that in the error message? Format. Context required to serialize that That's going to make it much more easy to track down what's going fucking wrong. All right, so then we say method takes 3 arguments, but only 1 argument was provided. Okay. Context aware. What is your 3 arguments? Anyway, so your snake require context aware. So the rest of it's hopefully underscore. Interesting. Maybe that'll work. Yeah, and then serialize snake, which we have to make return the right type. But then we're going to go comma, and we're going to say need context, and then deserialize snake. So they're going to complain because of something, except this is a context deserialize functions, right? And then that doesn't have a with context yet, so we're going to go to here. We're going to say, hey, new with context, which is just the same as the old with context. Yep, cool. Yeah, okay. So that should then work once it decides that it's going to actually run it. Can we say update? I don't know how that works, but hopefully that works. So you're saying that you're the wrong type, which is easy to fix. We don't use serialize functions anymore. We need to deserialize and serialize context and deserialize with context. Okay. We wait. And you say, can we run this and get it to compile everything? I don't know how to get the Rust analyzer. Can we restart it maybe? It's just not picking up on the changes. Okay. The third is snake. The signature of Surdy snake needs to be the same as that. Context serialize function. So it needs to take in, I'll just do this here, and we'll just put snake in the middle. So we paste this in, and then we fn 30 underscore snake. That we say, okay, so you take in C. So in this particular case, wait, mute C. That's interesting. No, because you just get to give them a name. So this is going to be context. I think, I hope. Context, and not that the fucking C needs to be self. Oh yeah, no, it's just mute. Wait, how the fuck did it pull that off? Function, C, and a message, and writer, and that's strange that they get to name those too. Okay. Context, which is going to, in this particular case for snake serializer, is going to be okay. The context for you is assets snake ID, I think. No, I think it's assets snake. I think it's just snake. Maybe. No, what's the snake got inside it? The snake has a snake type. So it's a handle to a snake type. Right. And then you take in a snake. That's the type that we're trying to serialize. Okay. And then the writer is a writer. Okay. And then the serialize function. Why would you need a serialize function? For I, which is R, okay, the like intermediate steps. Okay. So then you just need to be okay, W into or next, maybe I don't fucking know what to call it. This is gonna be a serialize function that's going to take in a snake type. Now that's interesting because the snake type is different to the message type and also different to the context type. Means this is probably going to complain because I'm pretty sure I've got this set up that the message and the intermediate need to be the same. Okay. Great. Great. Okay. So, first off, not at all what this is supposed to do, but this was me doing weird shit, I think. So, you're just going to return okay. You know, right, no bytes whatsoever. So, first of all, to bring snake type into the scope. It's going to complain because also snake type isn't used properly. Like, we have to change it so that it can take in all 3 types. Also, did the game actually run? No, this is Rust Analyzer. It is not having much fun. Okay, so to bring that into the scope. Okay, so we do this. So what we're gonna do, I guess, is I'm gonna say let snake equal context dot get message dot snake type else. Okay, so it's going to be some like this. Okay, so we get a snake type. That's not what comes out of it. Right? Maybe it is. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Right, so we get our snake type. So we're going to say this returns an error. I kind of wish they just had a custom error. Do they have just like a custom? Nope. So we're gonna say like IO again, so that we can write in custom. And we're gonna say std IO error new IO error. Where's error coming from? Error kind. Error kind. Custom. I don't know. Missing data. Invalid data. No snake loaded. Or snake handle. Okay. I should really like make a quick return thing for this, so like fn custom error. It's going to return a std. No, it should return the right error type. The what are your serialization error. So you're gonna say message. Actually, it's gonna just be a stir. I think maybe. Message. I don't know what the new type has to be. It just has to be E. So it has to implement boxed error. Okay. So technically a string works. Technically stir works. I'm just leave it as stir. It's a little bit easier. So then this is going to just be return error, custom error, fail to get snake from handle. Okay, cool. And then I think we have to go like .id or something, maybe just a reference. Cool. Okay, so we have that snake type, and then we go, hey, snake type, snake. Then I think we say next, except you're an FN snake ID. Like this. And then we just call next. I think it's like next. And we pass in snake dot ID, comma, writer. And then we just do that. That should work, I think. Oh, you'd be a reference to snake ID, that's fine. Right. So message writer, and then this and that. Okay. So that's how we serialize the snake. We just pull it out of context and send it across. It's like so much easier than all this horrible fucking read and panic and fucking write. And I don't even know what I'm doing here. Oh, we're extracting the length of the string because I had to do a custom. Oh, yeah, this is disgusting. All right. Right. So first off, we have to correct your signature to match whatever the hell this is. That's saying that's still wrong, but that's because the signature gets really messed up in the fact that we need to take I as the deserializing type, and we're currently taking a copy of something. I think. All right. Anyway, so you're going to be called deserialized snake. You're going to say your context is asset server, like that, I think. Maybe I don't know if that's going to work particularly well, because I feel like it might be a bit difficult to pull out specific types like this, but we'll work it out. The other option is just to give you assets snakes, but I don't think that will work. Or we could just give it world access. That would work too. So reader, mute reader, mute reader. Okay, I don't know why it can't find reader. We're just gonna and then your deserialized function is going to be, it's called a out or something. Maybe get, and that's going to be whatever the hell a deserialized function for snake ID. That right, and then you have to return M, which is a snake, I think. All right, because we send in snake, we're getting out snake. Yeah, cool. So snake ID, read, context load, ID. And then we just say new snake, right? That's simple. I'm not quite sure why it's having such an issue with the reader. Cannot find type reader in scope. Okay, yes, but import reader Lightyear. Okay, so it's just there's too many different readers for it to suggest it so straight away. The arguments for this function is incorrect. Why? What are the arguments for this function? Deserialize. Context deserialize function. Yeah, okay. I would expect that to still be incorrect, but I don't quite understand why. Right, so next we have to go to the new with context, and we need to say, actually, you take in something like this. So, so we're doing it simple because, you know, there's that one, new with context when MMM. I am curious if you could do this. I don't think you can because technically MMM and MMI doesn't restrict I from being the same. This obviously needs to go because, yeah. So it's saying, hey, you can't do that because technically MMM could hit MMI. There's nothing saying that M and I aren't the same. All right, let me do this. Why are you not working? Mismatch type expected function pointer found. So AIB. Right, no, because you're supposed to be FNI, I think. Yeah. So you're actually I, not M. Anyway. So IMB. Okay, so that works for you, and that should fix your issue, and then we go back to you, and we need to correct you to have the same functionality. So we're going to say impl C I think technically we could probably just put it in this one, but just going to try and keep my stuff a little bit more separate so that I can easily like get rid of it when it don't need it. So this needs to be I believe. So deserialize. Yeah. and then that becomes I, and then that should work. Right, so new with context does that and that. And you complain about other things, hopefully? No? Okay, so we still need to do like run to try and get it to compile Lightyear back up. Okay, that's doing something. Now, I do suspect it's just going to crash because, oh, it threw 2 errors. That's a good-ish sign. Maybe. The arguments of this function are incorrect. What are the arguments of this function? Expected function pointer, reader, result, snake. Found function, oh, I think that's this one. Here, the need context. Yeah, it returns, okay. So, and then this is need context D. Context required to serialize type. Context required to deserialize type. That's slightly okay because that means that it'll at least tell me the correct names. So when you become D, which means that you're going to stop bitching about that, and then you can play with this and you say expected pointer to expected fn pointer underscore comma underscore writer fn snake writer that's not correct, but okay. Found fn item mute asset snake. So I'm assuming it's this context aware. I said context this serialized function is DCC. So maybe I need to give this types, but we'll find out. It seems to be complaining that the type C here, which you are saying m equals okay, so interesting. So we're going to need like way more types, which is so annoying. But anyway, you need to be SI and and DI. Right. So component message, intermediate message. All right. So I need to track down this, and we need to give it more types. Not you. Go to you. I'm going to go, hey, the actual trait up here needs these additional types too. Like this. Yes. Okay. So we'll serialize all that data, and serialize all that, and it's going to complain that this doesn't have the right typing, which is SI, it's DI, and we need to go to you, and we need to give you those extra little bits of information like that. And then you're going to have a real hissy fit because you're saying, hey, I need to context erase to serialize you. And I believe your issue here is that your new types are serialized context, deserialized context, M and I. The issue is that I is different in both of these. God damn it. Okay, so it's not designed to have two different types. So I'm just going to go. So first off, we're going to say maybe we'll call it CI. Okay, I've got caps up on CI, and we're going to just erase all this to just being CI. Right. So you're going to take in CI, and you're also going to take in CI. And then we just have to make sure that we erase and unerase back to the same type. So we could say here, and we have to say like CI. Wait, what? Oh, so CI is not static. Okay, that's easy to fix. We save static. Okay, cool. That fixed mostly everything. I don't know. It's probably just not compiling more than it's actually fixed it. So if I was in CI, and then okay, you're complaining because. Right, so Let me change this just to being CI. And then they're both CI. Which shouldn't be that bad because it should just be snake ID in my particular case. So still not the best solution. Anyway, CI, we don't need no serialized context, deserialized context, CI. Right, we need to go to you also need to be static. That we need to go to you. No, apparently not you. Where's the other one of these? It's like up here. I just need to say, hey, you actually just get CI. Like that. Okay. Except I think the static needs to go here, maybe. And then you now complain that, yeah, okay. So, it needs to be in both places apparently. Right. So that should track it back to only being this, which means that it's now complaining that found item underscore this, and it's still okay. So that means I need to make sure that both of these, wherever they are, the serialize and deserialize, these need to both deserialize to, yeah, next to snake ID. So their eyes are identical, and their messages are identical. Their M's are identical. Their context can be different because they're allowed to have different contexts. So what are you complaining about? You're saying that underscore. Okay. So I think it's you that needs typing. So we need to say like underscore. And then we're just going to copy that and do the same thing on you. And then we're going to slowly fill in the types until it stops yelling at us. So we know that this is snake ID. Like that. Right, same with you. We know that your eye is snake ID. Right. How do you work? So your C, which is context, M is this. Okay. So your M is snake. And so is your M. Snake. Okay. Now, what are you bitching about? You're saying that found pointer to M snake ID. Oh, that's weird. You need to return I. Very strange. Okay. I mean, that's not like that's hard to do. Need context takes in C and returns. So I guess you just make use snake ID. That doesn't make sense in my head. Why would you want it to return the? I guess technically, if it returns the intermediate type, you can then pass that up to the top type, and it can. Okay. So we've registered some context aware serialization and deserialization. And now I'm going to see if it crashes. It's probably going to crash, almost certainly going to crash, but you know, what you going to do, what you can do. Context deserialize, context serialize. Okay, so I mean, we can just run it and see if it works. Probably need to tell it to stop fucking running in full screen and everything because it's getting annoying, but maybe turn the window back. So there's a bunch of stuff that I did to this, really bad. Basic window. Okay. Oh, there are no snakes. And it crashed. Snake unknown texture not loaded. Gained control of snake. Okay. So something. Who tried to get her? Who tried to serialize something they weren't supposed to? Unsafe precaution violation from slice from raw requires the pointer to be aligned and not null the total size of the slice not exceed I max. Check. Yeah. Okay. Well, it did take a few seconds to crash, but is it just because it was taking a real long time to unwind? New connection on netcode. Now, the fact that it said snake unknown texture not loaded yet. Who called this? I need to look at the full stack phrase. How do you do that? There's a like dash rust underscore. Is that how you do it? I don't know. So it's crashing immediately. It's just taking a while to actually close. Okay. So someone's touching the raw point. How do I do it before the rust underscore back trace equals 1? No. I'm gonna Google that. How to set how to run rust with back trace 1. How do I do that? Okay, so it says like I need to go like if the hour's not lying to me, it's set rust underscore back trace equal 1, and then we say cargo run. It's gonna give me a full back trace now. Oh, and now it just works. So first off, fuck you. Please stop. So now it's just yelling at me that it can't find the handle. I don't know. I didn't change anything. I just turned backtrace on, which apparently, like, I guess slowed the program because it was tracking something. Like, it slowed it just enough. Error replicating component kind, yet type ID, update for entity, component proto. Serialized IO error, custom invalid error, failed to get snake from handle. How do you know how to get the snake from the handle? That doesn't seem right, because I never told you at any point what the type you needed was. So I feel like you're just saying that. I feel like you're getting given random data. Oh, I bet you that's why it crashed this time, but not last. Like, I bet it's random. Because yeah, okay. That's so good. It's going to randomly crash depending on the data layout of the map, because it just so happened it didn't crash that time. Like, do I have to set it every time? It's a bit weird. Anyway, so hey, apparently it's just not working. Okay, what's happening is if it happens to hit a memory layout that happens to work for the type that I'm getting. So like literally we're using unsafe code somewhere that's passing in an entity map instead of the asset server. So when I call get, it's running the functions, and occasionally it returned a value that was none. And if it returns 0 as its first byte, then it none, and so it does a thing. So it doesn't run the code, and it just throws an error. So we need to track. First up is in here. I'm curious if I can get the type of, because you are very much turning this context into something random. So we're going to say if type of does not. Okay, I don't think that's correct. It's type ID. Bring the whole thing in std any type ID of no okay, can we say maybe context dot type ID? Right, so we do that. Does not equal type ID of. All right. Borrowed data escapes outside a function. What do you mean? Type name by value. So it can't use of type ID that takes in self. So can we just pass in reference to context? Does that work? Can we like give reference? No. Weird. Dispatch type expected a reference to... No, okay. So of from into okay, reflect. Okay, let's go to type of because I'm getting overcrowded with the Bevy shit. Like, because it's just, it applies so much stuff to everything. Yeah. Okay. So there's of. That's it. We just do the type name. Okay, fine. If context dot. My issue is it may not work. Type name. We should go by value first. Value of context does not equal type name. Then we're gonna go to something like format. Expected got. That seems to work. Cool. We should probably do the same thing down here. Except instead of that, it should be. The question is this going to work at all? I don't think so, because again, we're giving it an invalid pointer, and it's going to have to use like a vtable lookup sort of thing for this, which means that it's going to just go to the complete wrong location and get the complete wrong piece of memory. Hey, it worked though. It got here. It knows it's the wrong type. That's good. That's good. Interesting. Got. But see, it didn't get that. See, because what's happening, I think here is it's compile time writing the way. It's legitimately like turning it into a different type. But it's just turning this into a pointer. It knows the type coming in, and so type name of value is getting at compile time const. It's stripping that away, so it's not actually that type. Done. And again, I don't think we can do it with anything because it's all going to be at compile time stripped away, and it's only because it's coming in from a really bad angle that it's we're getting past the wrong type, that's for sure. Interesting. So hopefully we're still getting the snake. I've just got to work out when exactly they call this, when they need. Interesting. So when do they actually use it? So we stick this in the register this, we register that. Let's do this inside of Lightyear. So this erased part here. Hey look, they have the type ID. No, but that's of the erased type. Okay. So erased clone context deserialize, deserialize. Interesting. Erased function. Where is this used? Like when do we set this up? But what is this? So it's a function that takes in a reference to the functions, a pointer, a writer, and a send entity map. So they've hard coded in that. Okay. Interesting. Default deserializer. The various functions serialize mm. Okay, so they'll just come in and erase the serialize function. Interesting. Okay. So erase serialize here takes in that. So we have to work out when they're calling erased serialize and make it like not do that. But anyway, let's add some extra safety so that we can actually track down what the fuck's going on. So we're going to make a new struct. Context meta data. So this is still type erased, so we need 30 CTX 30 CTX name. Okay, so it's context decontext name, and also intermediate type name. Okay, so we're gonna say like fucking, let's just leave it with the fucking pub. Meta. Yeah, something like that. You don't even want clone. Okay. Well, you should just easily derive clone. Clone. Debug. Alright. I think that's how you do that anyway. So we go here and we say, hey, this. So I need to find out where you're done. Is that done here that it's complaining? Yeah, okay, cool. So let's go up to the top here and say like let meta equal if actually if I could just do it up here just so it's easier to see, and then we say meta, some meta. These may not live long enough. Okay, fine, we'll make them static as well, you bastard. Right. So we'll do that, and then that should give me access to the metadata to at the very least, print out the information of what exactly types it's expecting. And we go here, we go, hey, and yeah, SNC may not live long enough. Okay, this is going to be a big kind of chain of making everything static, which is fine. Terrible code anyway. Yeah, may not live long enough, da 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 da. And then down here, it's at least going to be telling me that they're not living long enough. Static. And then you're going to tell me that this doesn't actually call them static, so can't call state in there. Okay, works. All right, so now we have at least access to some metadata. So we have to work out when exactly it's calling for the use of said metadata. So at some point we have to be calling this bit. Oh, not complete meta, it's erased 30 functions. No. Yeah, no, it's erased 30 functions. Yeah, yep, okay. Right. So erased 30 functions. We just make all these public too. Cool. So you take in yourself, erase 30 functions, a pointer to the message, and an entity map. Right. And then what do? You like dereference the pointer or something? Uh-huh. So I feel like you should actually take in a different context anyway. Default serial levels. No. Where is it? Do it. You'll have to, I don't need to change the name. Okay. So there was definitely a use case where you got given something. No. Yeah. So you get the erased serialized FN here, which just says messages deref the pointer as M. Fair enough. And then you call that and serialize underscore being the context, and then MM. Right. So you're called a serialize here. That's what we want to know. Right, so you're transmuting the pointer into the correct type. Context serialize is transmuted into the correct context serialized type, and then you pass in, you call that, you pass in this, pass in this, pass in this, pass this. So that all seems fine, except we really want to check that the if let some, let's make it not optional. It seems like unnecessary work for right now. As a meta. Okay. We can change your type, please, and thank you. Here, you. Why have you done this? The fuck? Can we? Thank you. You're just context meta. Right. So this is for serialize. So we're going to say if self dot meta dot ser dot context does not equal type of you need to return error, serialize error, std error new. I'm sure there's a fucking custom. Whatever. stdio error kind permission denied. Dispatch serialized context expected got. Damn. Wait. Oh, this has got like no STD turned on or something, doesn't it? Alright, fuck you. Maybe. I'm assuming that's what's going on. Otherwise, I'm quite confused on why I can't use format anyway. Qualify. Okay. The parameter C doesn't have a static lifetime. Oh, fucking. Oh, I can stay as I. Thank you. So I say send serialize. So this will tell me what type it's passing in. We already know at this point. But it will like prevent it from crashing at the very least, because it's going to say, hey, no, you can't do that. You can't pass in the wrong type. Same with deserialize. So we need to make it. Oh, let's deserialize there with context. So deserialize needs to do the same thing. It just needs to grab the other one. So same thing. C comes in. Wait, is C the right type? Yes, because C is context. Except we want to say D. Except apparently, oh no, it says deserialize function. I'm like 2 lines too low. It's this one. It's to return here. Okay, so yep. Cool. Yeah, you need to also be static. So mismatched the serialized context, the context name. Right. So that should at least fix the crash, because it's going to check to make sure that we have the right type before it does anything, and return an error if our types mismatch. And actually, we did actually work out where exactly. So let's go back to the game. I guess let's call like a run and see if it, yeah, it's compiling it. Cool. So we'll see if it crashes. It hopefully shouldn't. Fingers crossed it doesn't. Yeah, but then we just need to change it when exactly it grabs that piece of data and make sure it actually gets the right context somehow. Which shouldn't be too hard. I think Bevy has a way of like getting like a resource with a type ID rather than with a specific thing. Yay, it doesn't crash. I already need to stop it. Starting. Mismatch serialized context type expected got Lightyear entity send entity map. Lovely. So we, at the very least, have tracked down that issue. Now we probably should stop it from saying in wherever our well, that's in my code, isn't it? That we were getting the issue of it's always going to tell us that it's the right thing, because when we pass in the context, it thinks it's the context no matter what. So that's fine. We can do it in the other code, yeah. Because once you've gone past the pointer, It's too late. The compiler doesn't know anymore that we're fucked up. Alright, anyway, we need to work out where exactly it's getting all this information from. So at some point we call like serialize on you, right? Yeah, you call self serialize. With mm. Okay, so that's first off, that's incorrect. So erased serialize function should probably take in m and I. Like that. Like that. And then, annoyingly, I think I need to make you use the same kind of magic that they're doing here, where they're transmuting it, like unsafe. Core mem transmute, something like that. What do you mean? Okay, so can we say let er equal erased brain equal erased serialize fn, like so, with m comma I, like that, and then we transmute er. Cannot transmute zero size types. How is ER a zero size type though? What the hell are you holding? Right? Well, I mean, we could probably turn that into a pointer. Also, wait, is it M? You probably need more than, you need like all like CM and CM star. Interesting. I don't know why you're a zero size type. That confuses me. Yeah, safe. That I don't understand. I don't get the zero size type part. But... Oh, wait, you gonna work now, or are you just waiting to compile before you yell at me? Whatever. It's probably also complaining because it should be unsafe for him. Unsafe. Unsafe. And something like that. Cool. Okay. So then that's probably gonna work. It probably work now because it was actually probably yelling at me because of the fact that I was no, it still reckons that that's a zero size type. Now, what concerns me about that is that it very much implies that it's actually pointing to here, this piece of memory, not the actual function pointer itself. Anyway, you're also probably going to need C, because we want to replace this with C. The Bevy pointer, type erased, borrow something unknown, type chosen when, type, just type, how long when it's valid for? Okay. So the trick here is, does this still work, like, at all, or is it going to start just having real issues? Yeah. Erased serialize. So we're going to say let erased fn equal unsafe std mem transmute erased fns dot erase serialize. Right, so your type is fn. Is it fn? Fn. What is your type? Erased functions. PTR. Writer and send map. No, why not working? Wait, first off, why did you wrap that in stuff? Okay, let's get rid of this then. If you think you can infer types like that, please do that. No. Wait. Okay, so you've changed something. God damn it. Type annotation needed, yes. I'm gonna type annotation with this. Apparently cool. Sure. That. Okay. Alright, the question is, will this just crash? Interesting. I'm expecting it to just crash because I am bugging around inside stuff that I do not understand. So, you know, we'll find out. Why do I drop so many goddamn frames? Why am my internet so goddamn atrocious? We just drop the resolution at some point. Okay. So it's now complaining still, but it is not crashing, which is a good sign.
Yeah.
So it's saying because it's still getting the wrong type, but that's fine.
No,
So
didn't you tell me that?
What we need to do to get the correct type out is work out where it's calling serialize from. I want to know everywhere that it's calling this, and how it's where it's getting that particular map from. God damn it. First off, case sensitive. Help. Let's trim this down. It's not gonna be in Tom. It's not gonna be in notes. It's not gonna read me. It's not gonna be in main. No. Don't need any of that. Okay. It's gonna be like, because it's an associative function. Yeah, it's gonna be dot serialize. Should really cut it down. Send with priority. Okay. Self.register is serialized. Okay. Self.queue. Is this a multi-message sender? Okay. Message manager. Okay, message manager. Where are you getting message manager? Mute message manager. Message manager is query. So it means a message and a message. Okay. Where did you manage it from? Self.query. It a many unique mute. Try for each. Okay. You. So, message manager. See, that's the issue. Message manager is a query, is it? No, it's a struct. So, multi-send needs to we need to give it access to the world, not the message manager. So the idea is that the message manager appears to be keeping a remote entity map, which is used to like, that's like the mapping between this world, the server and the client, and that specific client. The issue is that I want access to any resource, so send with priority. We would actually probably want to say, where are we doing this? We want this to actually be world, like reference to maybe a deferred world. Interesting. Registry is map entity. Okay. So I reckon that this probably should say, so send, which takes in self, it's multi-message sender, which is a query, a registry, and a writer, which is a local writer. Okay, I don't think that matters. Message registry. That's a resource from the world. Okay, so a multi-message sender is a system parameter. So can we instead do something like pub struct multi message sender defer world maybe? I don't know if that's gonna work. Yeah, then we have to comment this one out. We need to still derive this though. Is deferred world allowed to be a system parameter? I don't think so. So you need a lifetime of W. Okay, apparently you can be a system parameter. Really? Well, maybe it's something else is broken, but the fact that it's letting me is kind of cool. You don't need an S apparently because you're just gonna have world. So wait, did you have a filter query? Alright, so I think we're just gonna drop the whole filter query. I mean, maybe we can keep it. I don't exactly know what it does up there. It's passed to them. Okay. I think we just want something like phantom data. Yeah, something like that. F needs to be static. Plus static. And equals unit. Okay. So then we send with priority. So we get access to self, which is a deferred world, and then we say, hey, .registry, which .registry is that? Okay, so the issue is it has the message, which implies that it probably won't have, like, whatever it's accessing will be angry at us. But anyway, we're gonna say let registry equal self dot zero dot get dot resource, and it's what was it? It was the message registry. All right, and then instead of self dot registry, it's just registry. Now we're gonna have a little bit of issues with weird stuff like that, but it's fine. Right, what is the writer? The writer is just a local, because it's local. Fine, let's make this into a struct version so I can just name shit, and then we say world, and then the phantom data is just a marker. Okay. So apparently you're local to S. Right, so like that, and then you get your S back. Okay, bastard. Alright, dot world. Okay. So registry gets the registry, and then we just serialize. And so the query's gonna be a little bit difficult, I think. But anyway, yep, let's get So we have access to the writer. The question is, do we use anything in here? So no. So in theory, we can. No, we do, because it's registry.serialize is there. How do we get this query? So there's like a way to get the queries. We say like world self.world.query. Query filtered, and we say that its type is this, I believe. This is how we do this. We just paste that in. Then call that query state. I don't think we can be static. Okay, and then instead of doing self.query, you'll just query data. I don't know if that's going to work. It's also not going to like that it's not mutable. But it takes in. Okay, so I think you need access to the world mutable. Okay, yeah. So can I not do that with a deferred world then? Damn. So I can call .query on you. Can I call query? I can call query mute. Interesting. Right, I'm assuming I can't, like, I'm not supposed to be doing that, because in theory, like in theory, you could be accessing a query that you may not actually have permission to be accessing. So hence you need it immutable. Okay, interesting. Can I turn this into some kind of function? Because I kind of just want you to take in the world. Like, as a system parameter, just take in the world. I need to know what you're being used is the issue. Entity set. Interesting. I feel like I just want to eat him. Yeah. Eat him unique. No. We just want to turn this into like an unsafe. Like, do I have like insert? I don't know. Iter. Iter many unique so obviously unique, so this one's the only one that, so just that needs mutual access to the world, and then senders. Okay, so the cheeky question is, can I, using unsafe, get access to the world again? So that world equals unsafe. Self.world. As unsafe world cell. World mute. I'm assuming one of these is unsafe. Yeah. Oh, apparently this needs to be access to itself, so it's probably going to yell at me saying I can't do both. Something like that. Mismatched type. Oh yeah, we've been giving me black store. And then I'm assuming you're going to have the same issue. Oh, yeah, we're going to give you mid access to the world, and it's going to tell me that. I can't do that because I'm borrowing it twice. Yes, okay. Question: Can I query you? Because you only give me a query state. Right, this gives me a query state. Which, annoyingly, the query state then needs the... Can I go the other way, maybe? Can I get the world and then with the world get the... Because it doesn't seem to actually use it. Like, the query filter takes it in, but doesn't, like, the query state doesn't hold a lifetime, so... Cannot borrow world... Yes, it's... Ah, okay, yeah. So I probably need to do that closer to the source, but then it's used again in here, isn't it, you little bastard? Can we say something, it's like dot resource scope, world dot resource scope. I don't know if it's going to work with the deferred world, but cut that and put it down there. So you don't like this because you need world, which means that again we just need to pop this out the top here and just say world dot resource scope, and then we also do that. We say world dot resource scope type annotation needed, which is a world. So, I more than the scope, book you, qualify. Right. Why? Ah, because you need to be red. Nope, type mismatch. What is your problem? World. Ah, apparently it's mute. Right. Cannot find mute enough. Go away. Right. So that seems to work somewhat. How do you know that it doesn't return a type? Apparently it's supposed to return a type. Do I have to specify the return type? Okay, can we do that then? Hey. Okay. I don't know if this is going to work. I feel like it's going to be throwing an error somewhere else. But what's happening here is we're getting the world, we're unmutably, and then we just say, hey, just give it to me mutably, I don't care. And then we say world, and we say resource scope, which resource scope, if I remember correctly, like pulls the resource out of the world so that you can still access the world mutably. That resource just isn't in it, so you can have both access to both because you like literally pulled it out of the world. And then at the end, when you leave the scope, it'll put the resource back in, so you don't have to like remove it and add it back yourself. Bevy will take care of that. Like it'll just remove it, let you use the world and the resource, and then put it back when it's done. That's why I think you have to take it out mutably, is because why would you be doing it otherwise? And in this case, it's because I need mutable access somewhere else. So then we get the query state, and then we run down here, and apparently the query state doesn't actually do anything with the, so it doesn't keep a reference to the world, it just pulls the state out of the world, and then so we can iterate through the query later, right? Which interesting lets us keep like a local and and a deferred world. Interesting. Right. You're annoying. Because you're basically the same thing. These map entities. Okay, so I think again we just need to do the same thing of being like self dot sender dot make world public. Like that. And then it's like dot world dot resource scope world world. Oh yeah, we need to pull the bullshit of converting it to unsafe. Registry. Yeah, registry. Do that. Cut that. Paste it. Yeah. Right. And then it says self.sender to registry. It's just registry. Registry. I do wonder if we can keep like a query state. And then oh, that's weird. Okay. Right, I'd have been message receiver. That's not what I want. Message registry, please. Oh, I typed in the right thing. It renamed it because there was something similar. Okay. Can I possibly keep query state? I don't remember if this works. I mean, technically, I think if we just had the deferred world, we could just actually grab the query, but it seems a bit dangerous to be doing that. Maybe not though, because we are technically only going to be grabbing the resources out of it. I'm going to try, say, query state. Like that. Okay, no. So, but can I grab a query? I'm curious, because I suspect it's just going to crash, because... or why wouldn't it? I don't know if Bevy actually does runtime checks for that kind of thing. Yeah, see, because we're doing as unsafe. Yep, which I'm going to, yep. And then we get world mute, which is safety. Self must have been obtained from a call to unsafe. Yep, not. Ooh. Oh, yeah, he's not read only. Okay, this means that if you have an unsafe world cell that you don't create yourself, is likely unsound to call this method. Okay. The returned mutable world must be unique. Yeah, be allowed to exist at the same time as any other borrowed of the world or any other access to its data, including... Okay, note that mute world may exist at the same time as instances of unstable, so as long as none of these instances are used to access data in a way that while mutable borrow. Right. Well, we'll find out if it crashes. So we just gotta do this at the top and down here. My curiosity is whether the having access to a query will let us store it as well as the middle world stuff, because like I think technically it's safe. Like technically we have access to the world because we know what we're touching. Well, I don't actually know what they're touching, but in theory it would be safe to do this if you knew what they were touching. I also have no idea where these are called from, but anyway. So we call send. We're still sending the wrong data because we iterate somewhere. So is it send with priority? Message, write, send, writer, send. Yeah. Here. Send it to query, transport, self.metadata.mapping. What? Strange. Anyway, let's go to a new terminal and cargo run this. Hey. Oh, wait, no. Here, we cargo run this. Sorry, I have a terminal. Go close it again. Alright. I have high doubts that this is going to work. If it doesn't crash, it's a good sign, but I feel like it's going to yell at me for borrowing the world mutably and then using it immutably. Nope. Nope. Okay, it doesn't actually care. Interesting. So, because what that means is I can actually just get the right fucking type out of it. That's good. Now I don't know how I'm going to get the right type out of it. But, in theory, when we apply target.apply targets, resource scope registry. So registry.serialize. Here. We pass in this. So we need to work out here. We have access to the registry, yeah? Okay. Once for all senders, figure out how to get a shared writer, maybe server on global resource or on local info. Okay. So send entity map, right? So we need to work it. How are we actually getting the send entity map? So registry dot reborrow kind. Is this where matter is? No, what's inside this registry? Right, we'd have to get the specific M. Is it like a get? Add entity as finish. Register. So when we call serialize and passing M, how do you get the right one? Okay. Interesting. Alright, so we need to do this. Mostly because I don't care about the net ID for the next bit. But we need to do this to get the actual goddamn thing. Okay, so this, outside of the fact that apparently a bunch of this stuff isn't actually available, qualify this. So it's not self, it's red. Right, and then message error qualify. Right. So this is the erased stuff, and then we gotta go erased events dot meta dot, so we're serializing. Right. Cool. So what can I do with the world to do stuff like, can I say like world dot get by ID? Yes, okay. But we don't want to get it by, well, returns an immutable untyped reference to a given entity component, but yeah, but we want a resource, not a component. So dot get resource. So we can do resource, ID, resource mute, resource ref, resource scope, but I don't think we can get resource via. Get resource? Get resource by ID. Nope. Yeah, get resource by ID. So then we have to get the actual ID. So can we say world dot resource
He likes it there for some reason. It's really,
resource
it's really odd that he's come to the house. He's so nervous.
So annoyingly, getting a resource ID is difficult. So again, because I'm specifically doing this so that I can use it more easily, I might just like really narrow the scope of what can be done. So I reckon we'll do get resource by ID, and then we're going to say something like erased fins dot meta dot 30 res, okay, dot okay, or message error. What do we have to return? I don't know what your result is. A Bevy error. Okay, so can we just return the string format resource serialization not found. Cool. No, is it std format? No. Yeah, okay. Okay, so we're going to just specifically add the 30 res like that. And then we're going to say equal. So are you going to give me, yeah, you're going to give me a pointer. So fun thing with that is that we get to say, well, we can call it CTX. Right. So next we have to go to the meta, and we have to add like a couple more fields to the meta. So we're going to say, which is the component ID, component ID. So, and same, we need a deserializer, which is also component ID. Okay, and then we're going to come down here, we're going to say, when we make this, we have access to the world, yes? No. Can we give you one? I think we need mutable world, but anyway. So res is world dot register resource and did it do it? Yep, cool. So both of these, when called for new, need to be static plus resource. Okay, and you need to be, I guess, mutable reference to the web. Okay. Well, it's kind of working. So somewhere when we create these, we have mutable we have mutable world. So we can just say like, hey, new, and we're passing world. I assume. We may have to create it before we get to the worlds, but we'll find out. Because there's a chance that like we've already borrowed the world mutably. Not really. Okay. Apparently that's fine. Alright, so you're yelling at me because context is wrong, but that's fine. Alright, we need to work out where you receive, but here we are. Registry, serialize. So serialize is going to take in a pointer. I'll probably, I'm going to assume mute pointer. You're in your pointer mute. PT pointer mute. Alright, and then you're going to call serialize, which you're also going to take in PT. Mute like that. Well, actually, if we know when you get to here, this serializer is called from somewhere we don't know the type yet. So first off, this serializer doesn't have a type, and then I'm assuming we don't want to know CI. Erase functions, serialize. I think serialize should just take in the message. Well. Like that, whereas like you'll know the types, but we'll get there. We'll get there. So when we call serialize on you, we pass in a message, the writer, and the CTX. CTX. Okay. Right. And then we say erase, and then we call that, which takes in CM and I. The context is just going to be a mute pointer. Like so. I don't think you take in anything. Okay. Again, I don't think you can know, maybe? So yeah, it's all weirdly typed. So we know the message is because we know where we're coming from. We know the writer, but we know the context. Because the message could kind of be any context. Well, oh, we should know what. We should know what the context is if we know what the message is, but that's getting a bit out of scope at the moment. Context. I reckon you get a mute pointer and you also get a mute pointer. Now we're getting to the point that I'm going to break something, I'm not going to be able to fix it anyway. Right, let's leave this the same, but we're just going to pass in mute pointers. PTR mute. Like that. And repassing a mutable reference to you. I think you need to be made mute like that. Maybe. Here's the issue. You don't know what C is. Erased FN serialize. So if you take in C and we're going to say like mute C, and then that all works, trickles down and gets the right typing. It's just this step here, the serialized function thing, to erased serialize FN. It needs to know what C is. So we need to be like C is also static, like this. I'm going to say mute C, and then we need to say like let C equal C dot context. I'm going to say like context dot deref mute as C, and then we pass in C. No, wait, what? T deref cannot borrow context as mutable as it. Okay. Wait, no. You get passed in a mute pointer like that, and then you convert to that. Like that. Okay, and then the erased deserialize needs to know what so it needs to turn into a pointer mute, and then we just need to know what our erased serialize, so we know what the context is here. Now the terrifying thing is, do we know what it is later? Probably not. But I guess that's why we have you, because we kind of know what it's going to be. Maybe. We probably do. We've got the restriction that they set to be resources. Okay. I don't think this is going to work particularly well, but we'll find out. So we have to get like resource mute apparently. Get resource mute by ID. Mute untyped. Okay. So serialize here. Apparently taking a reference to it? No, you're just taking a point at me apparently. Nope, you still need to know what context is. Why? Okay. So, first off, that means you don't need to know what context is. So this call to serialize. I do feel like I need to add like a type or something that lets me store if I know what C, because I think in this case C, no, M. If I know what M is, because the issue is that when I call this, we know what M is, we know what C is, but we don't know what context is. Well, I mean, they have a message type, so why don't I just see if I can repurpose that? So the idea is no, and then we say CTX type context. The context. Which is then just going to have to be resource. Okay. So you're gonna break a whole bunch of things because apparently like they were just implementing T. Trigger event is added, we update. It's getting hard. We could just leave that. Okay. Okay, apparently no. How do I store some kind of fucking context for you? Right. Well, the other option is just okay, what types don't have message? That is the question. Like what types is it gonna get angry at me because it's like, hey, this doesn't just implement simple message. Wait, what? Oh, this is tests. Okay. So surely we can just be like, maybe I just remove the restriction that it needs to be I'm gonna remove that restriction that needs to be resource and just put that restriction only on where I need it, like here. Like that, I think. So that would imply because we have message, so this would then be serialized context. And then you pass in CTX, and then same with you when we go to serialize here, instead of bringing in C, which is static, C, which is M. Oh no, you're just C. Thank you. I think you were only complaining, or it was complaining up here because it didn't tell the message that it had to be serialized. Message. So these are going to be required to be static. Okay. So first off, you're not dot message. Okay. That's fine. We're ignoring you for now. Let's work out what's wrong with these triggers. So we register message which is supposed to be MI. Interesting. M is event. It's interesting. Oh, because it's probably that all send sync. Wait, what? Import has stricter requirements than trait. Import has extra requirements and message. What do you mean? Excuse me? What are you missing though? Is it, have we got the wrong message here? Is this the top? It's create message? No, so it's the right message. What is your pitching? Oh, because you're saying it needs to be a resource. All right. So let's find message. Let's go sub trait context message. And then we're gonna import t message context cool. So that should mean that anywhere I need to enforce that, instead of saying hey you're a message, I can say like hey you're actually a context message. Cool. And then oh wait, we need to go, so probably context message doesn't inherit. Does that work? Strange. Can I add that restriction? Interesting. Wait, what do you return there? Resource mute certi context. Oh, you expect, okay. M dot a like that. Let m or m dot as mute. You expect, okay. M certi context. Can we get a message in like type intermediate also static and can equal self? Nope. Interesting. Okay. We'll slowly track it all down. So we did this, we've done that. I'm going to ignore that for now. Registry. So your type is M. I thought we had intermediate. Let's paste it. Like enter the call it enter and be like static. Alright. So enter is just self. Okay, registry, and so m dot enter. Right. So when we say register message, it's interesting. So you're new, so you need zeros context. Right. New. Interesting. Oh, we need world as well. Great. So somewhere, we need to modify. God, this is getting out of control. New. All right. So we're gonna say that this is actually an op. Middle world like that, and then we say world dot map w like that, and then meta goes into here. Then we have to go to your type here. I have to say this is option context dot like that, and then we'll have to tweak a few places where we use it to say like, hey, actually if let some meta equals self dot meta if meta do we say maybe red? Is that it? Okay, cool. So if let some meta else, I guess for now we should just say permission denied, but in reality, in future it'd be like in future we would check to see if it's the normal type. Same thing here. Alright, so that should fix that up to using option. So we send a message, registry, M, Why would it need to be a resource? Ah, okay. So you don't need that anymore. Damn. M. This is getting a little silly. Mm-hmm. I need to say that you don't actually require it to be a resource. You do require it to be a resource. So maybe like a new custom, new with context, which is just going to be you, and then we're just going to call you new, I guess, and do exactly the same thing. We could change it to something else though, so we can find them all. So here's new resource plus component. This should make it pretty easy to find them all though. That took a while for it to proc apparently. It really doesn't like that. Okay, so you would call new, and you're actually the right spot calling new. Read your message. Just like find all of the these. All the places we use new. So there's that one here. So I think you would be, and this is for testing apparently. To be honest, probably want to use new. Yeah, okay. So you would be new with context. What about you? I think you'd also be new with context. New with context. And you get some world like that. And you get some world like that. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Alright, then the new doesn't need the world anymore. Actually, yeah, let's undo that. Yeah. We're gonna make them two different functions. They don't need to have a signature that can accept both. New with context just takes in new world and assumes that both are resources. Yes, okay, cool. And register like that. World and world that. Okay, and then we still need the option there though, so you become some of meta is some, because we need to distinguish whether we created it with or without, and then you don't get this, and then you don't get that, and then you just return meta none. Okay. Alright, so then I think we can go to the new, Yeah, and we can say strip out everything we don't need. So you don't need either of those. You don't need either of those. And then that should just work. Okay. Let's get to work on bashing out some more errors. Okay, so I think you can go back to being messy. No, because I need to get the resource out of you. You don't take that third argument, so you should be fine. Just do that. Actually, that is an interesting question. Why are you expecting? Well, I think to some extent we should be including that into the meta, shouldn't we? So that would imply that maybe, for the sake of not making it like prone to crashing, the meta context should stay. Always have meta context. It's the component ID. Like that. And then we come down here and we say, hey, so you turn into some, and then the new meta. New gets this, but it doesn't get the sum, it just gets none. None. That. Meta. That. Right. Let's hopefully fix that, and then cool, this gets to go back to just being boring. Old if let sum. Like so. Self dot. Self dot. Self dot. Self dot. Right. Next, move on. We can come down here and we go, hey, so registry.serialize. Interesting. So I think we should actually tweak, so registry.serialize. We should probably be checking here before we call it serialize. But what we could actually do is say that you take in C. So it's like C, right, like that. And then you would be okay, right. So R needs to be a resource. Damn. So I can do that without R being a resource? Probably not. Can I say like world.resource? Nope, not really. So send with priority. So this still needs to be like a message, context message like that. And then it'd be M30 message like that. All right. And same things, M30 message. No. Apparently you're something else. Well, yeah, your is entity mapped anyway. For now, we're just going to leave it doing this, but in theory what we can do is check to see if it's got a message. If it doesn't, we can pop the other one in. So let's comment that out, and we're just going to put in we're going to mute. And make you mute, I believe. Like that. Like that. Closure requires unique access to world. Huh. Right. Damn. I mean, technically, for now, you don't need me to access to this. Okay, yeah, I'm still a menu. Nope. Right, because it's also a mutable query. God damn it. Fuck it. Undo this back to what it was and just say to do. Definitely a way to do that. It's just that's outside of the scope. I just need this to work. What's the message something context. Again, there's probably a better way of doing that that doesn't require knowing the type. Found me to reference CTX. Okay. Right. So you just take in C, which means I guess technically you just take in C. Okay, so C needs to be static. Still a bit silly at this point, but you know. These tests, I assume, are all taking in the wrong type of message. I mean, that would be very well correct, but I don't think it's going to work. Anyway, it's for test, so it doesn't matter to me. Get resource. Yes. World dot get resource mute, wasn't it? And then we pass in. So this is a context message. Context message like this. Okay, and then we say context message. Okay. Cool. Failed to get equals to access mute. And 30 context. So yeah, that. Right, we need to turn you off for now. I think it's going to panic immediately because I'm doing too much in places that are probably being handled correctly and actually used. No, use M. Thank you. They both need to be context messages. No context message. No, we need to like probably again just to do fuck knows what the AI is going on about. This to do goes up here, please. Thank you. Okay. Context message, sender. Yeah, okay. So I don't get what the fuck you're going about. You mean... I don't know what it means by fucking... It's probably saying I'm not satisfying it with something I'm using, maybe? Mate, what the fuck? Ah. Saying I haven't added the restriction elsewhere. Okay. I suspect this is going to immediately crash because I've literally disabled like all the mapping. Z code editor. No, I haven't. I just use VS Code. I find all the other code editors too hard to learn. In like a, I have to sit down and actually learn something new, and VS Code does what I want it to do. So like, I don't feel like jumping between lots of things. I find it hard enough to learn new stuff without changing code editor every time. God damn it. God damn it. I feel like I can do this better. I just don't know how. Okay, first off, I want to go back to context. Context. Like that. Oh no, that's message, isn't it? I'll just get rid of all those. Just if it has event, you can go away. You can also go away. Okay, so you do need the extra restriction. Maybe. Register event custom SOD. No, this is fine. This is register message. Apparently, I've restricted you to something. I think message is not okay. See, because you were automatically implementing message. That's the issue. Is that at some point you were automatically implementing it for anything that was send, sync, and static, which means, yeah. All right. Well, fuck you then. What we'll do is we're gonna have you have message and intro. Something like that. And then we can just like context, right? And then we say impl T is send sync and static and book message with T. Okay. Right, then it's gonna yell at me because the tests all have that implementation, but it's fine. We'll just track those down and we'll slap that away. Right. So now it should go back to fucking working with message. Okay. So serialize requires you be a message. That's fine. And the message doesn't have an inter anymore. So serialize will take in C. And there's I. And then your I. So it's right. That's your serialize. Okay. So then we need to like go down here and apparently can I default that? Is that how that works? Where'd my serialize go? God damn it. Serialize equals M. Am I allowed to do that? No. Okay. Can't just let you have it because that would be annoying. You're using the context one, so you get the context one, and so serialize and then M and then M, then M intro. Okay. Down here in a test, if I can fix in tests, you can't infer the type. Right. Well, it is send and message one, message one. What? No. Don't just eat fucking. Don't just eat values. Jesus Christ! Why is it doing that? Which I mean, technically, it's not wrong. Because if it's passing in default, it means it's actually not passing in anything. And so it could literally just put unit there. Okay. I need to like uncomment this stuff out so it doesn't just crash on me anymore. Get rid of the twos. We gotta just come up with some kind of way of being like, hey, if you don't have a like, I mean, in theory, we could just do that. We could just say, okay, so it's is map entities. We probably should change it into something else. But we're basically going to say if map entities. We're going to say no. So that means we can say, hey, actually, this takes in unit as its fucking serialized type, and I guess a mutable reference to unit. And then M inter, which is again just unit. Not at all true, but you know, is map entities. I don't know how you set is map entities. So it's an interesting question. Can I info? Is not map entities. Alright. Apparently we don't have that type. Okay, can you just print line then? Let's see. Print line, please. Right. This takes 3 generic arguments, which is going to be M into. Right. My thing here is if we do swap this out for a type that takes in a just a mutable pointer, we could pretty easily convert that. See, because you get the same. You just get like what do you need? You need your unit and an intro to just get your work, and then do the same thing where apparently I just didn't do this. What do you mean? I just like comment this entire thing out. That's kind of funny. Strange. Okay, so these don't implement resource. I need to come up with a better way of doing this. So my thinking is new with context should just but how do you get your type? The other question is what the fuck's the difference between new and new with context? All right. So who's complaining that it's not? Because, like, surely you could just use new then. You. New. Like, I see you need a custom. That one? Interesting. Right, and then you don't take world. Okay, cool. Okay. So these are context aware, which means that they need to be plus resource. Oh, wait, could I just make you a... message? A context message? Component plus context message, like that. And then we could like clean up all of these types and be like, actually your context context message 30 context 30 enter. Oh no, it's not. That's C. Right. And then you do the same. New with context, so I reckon you should just take in C then. That's all you actually need. You know, see, new with context just takes in C, which implements message, which was static, and plus context message. Apparently context message maybe lives slightly higher up the tree. Fine. You get to survive as being just a icky mess, but you know. So you get to take in all of these. Oh, this goes here, thank you. Okay, then we go down here and we have a look and we go, okay, what the fuck is your problem? No, plus, what was it? It was context message, that. That. Right. Right. So apparently it fucks up somewhere in here. It's a bit annoying, but you know. Send. Ah, right. Interesting. I would like to make send not require. Oh. Alright, can we just make send message again? Right, and the idea is that we will work out how to pass the information down to the and type it and everything without having to fuck around. I'm going to go with some kind of assumption that when we say is entity map, I'm going to say Map entities is some. The fuck? When did you set that? Huh. Huh. What do you know? Right. Hmm. Okay. Go like registry. When you go to the message registry, we need to go like. Yeah, I guess it's you, isn't it? Okay, so we could probably add a function to message registry that is like is context aware. Yeah, sure. M, which is message, and returns a boolean and just says no. It needs to take self in this. It also needs to take in. That's it, just self, apparently. Just return true for now. So if you want to see what it is, that's an option. Okay, so then dot is some end. Then fn's dot meta dot 30 context 30 res is some. Okay, so we say is context aware. Get registry. So I think we call serialize, we could probably get away with it. So what we need to do is we need to go if. So actually, we got to serialize here. We need to say like hub crate, and then serialize underscore with context. Actually, we should F2 this to serialize with context, and then this should be serialize. And it's just going to take in self message and a writer and return message error. guess that works. We just need to say that m message like that. Okay. So the new call function serialize here. Which then checks all that. Okay. That can probably be made more efficient, but anyway. So this would be serialized with context. So we're going to say if registry dot is context aware. I mean, technically it should just happen here. If not context aware, return registry dot serialize message and no, don't wait. What the fuck? No, just return. Please return that, please. Okay, do that and then return okay. Right. If not entity mapped, serialize with context. Okay, so serialize with context, we still need to only take an M. But then we need to say like let okay, let sum equal world.get resource mute get resource mute by ID. Okay. Registry dot how do I get access to your inner bullshit? Forgotten how I access the internal. I mean, how was I getting it? I was just doing that. That's not going to help. Context. Let's mute. Else return. Okay. So this one argument, yes. But how the fuck do I get you? Let some context ID equals register. So registry serialize map start. Get? No, is that how it works? Oh, what the fuck is the function I've got to call on you? Get? I don't remember the fucking message registry. Register, add, serialize with contexts. How do you do it? Use a kind. So that's what I need to do. Okay, this is really fucking terrible. Okay, we're just gonna grab that. Do that. Registry. Okay. Fuck it. Let's implement this as this is a fucking thing that we can just call on registry. It makes no sense whatsoever to do it as like its own. Self. M. It's this. This. Yeah, I think. What's your problem? Why are you not working? Don't put web messaging. There's no semicolon here. What are you talking about? Oh, right, I'm assigning to that. No, I'm not assign to that. Thank you. M may not live long enough. Oh, M is definitely static. Thank you. Right. So get and then we erase. Let me just pretend that. Okay. So then we can say, hey, register get dot map M. I don't know. Bring out letters. Dot meta dot 30 resource. Else. No, it shouldn't. Wait, why? There you go. CTX ID. Sure, I give you this, which then I can drop in there. You reckon it's serialized with context expects 3? Except I'm gonna say no. Serialized with context is still it's just gonna take in message. But message is going to be a mute pointer. Up with mute ptr mute, like so, and then we should be able to cast it into the type. So I think you're going to need an extra goddamn thing. Right, you have a how does the pointer one work? Gotten already. You have a handful of pointers, don't you? Like that's what the erased serialize does. Erased function. Alright, let's track down this erase function. Here, erase function. So you have this erased serialize, and the erased serialize is about yeah. So erase serialize takes in the erase serialize functions, a pointer to the message and a pointer to the context. And does your magic. Okay. Technically, you should know what you're doing. Somewhere. Okay, so serialize. Okay. Erased functions dot erased serialize. Alright, so we need to go to wherever this is. Wait a second, why do you have a function called serialize? What? Okay, see the context serialize right there. Okay, so pub unsafe serialize serialize, which should then serialize takes in M, I guess. Takes self message and the writer. And it's a self serialize. Oh. Right, and then we have this one. This one's a serialize with context. Well, context serialize. Call it context. Context serialize. Right, and the context serialize is going to do the same thing, but it's going to take in C, M, and I. And so the first thing you're going to do is you're going to check that the context is the correct type. And then you get serialize, which is going to be the serialize of I. And then the context serializer of CMI. And then context serialize. I think we gotta like do this. No, okay. Right, your return type is this. Correct? Okay. Message and write. Right. Okay. Context serialize. Right. So then we need to erase on serialize. Right. So yeah. And why have I turned you like that? Can I? Question. It's I feel like at some point I gave you types. That's what's happened here. It was just M. Yeah, apparently it was just M. And I think it was safe too, isn't it? No, obviously it was still unsafe. I've given you CNI. Okay. So let's leave that as it is. Right, so how the hell how do I yeah, okay. Right, so can we self message, except we want this to be where's the pointer? Is that in the you? You're the one that takes the pointer. Erased serialize. So you're going to take in pointer and mute. Pointer mute. Okay. And then you are going to say no, it's what's something else, isn't it? No, it's erase serialize. Where's zero? Okay, so we have to run that. cd mem transmute self dot erased serialized. No, not the result of the function pointer itself. Okay, then we just pass in erased serialize, and we just need to go hey fn just go copy the function signature up here. Right, so there's my function signature. Let's call them. All right, so erase serialize message context. Right, and the erase serialize should cast them into the right types and then call the context serializer with the correct types to serialize them. Maybe. If I can know at this point. Let's see what it says. It says that I have done too much and I've broken everything. Okay. Right. Let's go back to this one. What is your problem? Wow, a lot of errors to fix. Okay, so first off, we changed this to just message now. It is just a message. We'll get back to you. So we said, where is it? What is it? Is it serialized with context? Cannot find type C in scope. Yep. So that seems a little odd because I don't think I'm supposed to do that. So we're supposed to serialize with context. So when we say serialize, we just literally don't give you any context. So serialize here, and it apparently doesn't take any. Just M. Oh, you don't take a third parameter either. You just right. So we just call serialize on you. And then we serialize with context, which for us is in a message. M, and it pointed to context. I don't think that's correct yet. I feel like if we know M, we should know context, but maybe not. Context serialize. Yeah, CMMI. So we need C, which is static, M, and I, and then your context, and you C, and we'll see how that turns out. So that's serialized with context. I don't know. That seems right though. And it's server. The serialized with context. No, so you don't know CMMI here. Right. Between serialized with context. Okay, so we know the message though. We know M. We know the channel. We just don't know the context. Okay. So annoyingly, you get serialized without knowing this. Or this apparently. Which is fine because then we just go PTR more new. Which annoyingly I think context. So erased serialize. Which doesn't take in anything. Yeah, it just takes in pointers. So I think we need to turn message into a pointer 2. Which ironically makes you safe now, apparently. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, no, that doesn't seem right at all. Anyway, we'll turn it into a pointer before we do it. Pass. It's definitely not right, but anyway. Okay, you pass in the message. And we'll turn message into a pointer here. Non-null U8. What the fuck do you mean non-null U8? Button M. Okay. Very strange. I think this should be unsafe. Yeah, almost certainly this should be unsafe. Mm-hmm. This is getting more and more convoluted. Mostly because I don't actually know what I'm fucking trying to do. Anyway. Yep. So we serialize with context. And our context is this. Hmm. I think we need to do like this. And then for both of them, we can just say ctx.asme. Serialize with context. Okay, alright, serialize with context just takes m. What are you trying to get? Right, yes, get m. Right, and then you're saying temporary value dropped. So now we pass those values around. Can't very mutably. If you don't want to mute, don't care. Mute it. What do you mean? Okay. So since it's a fucking for each, I have to do it inside each loop then. It's just stupid. Annoying. Makes sense though. I think actually you need to go above zeros with context. What is your issue? Because apparently we're not allowed to return an error from here, we just have to return it. Weird. Oh, there goes our errors. Whatever. So serialize with context, just depth m. And the context is weird stuff. Okay. This is our context. This is how we get context. Annoyingly, to convert both of these to this, and then ctx. Let's get m. This bit is replaced with this. No, don't replace those. They actually get to bubble up. Thank you. This gets replaced with this. I'm just going to say like right. I feel like I'm wasting my time and just shouldn't do it this way. Modifying everything is just getting a bit overly stupid. You should be able to like infer what your type is. Alright, so you're the same. We just need to. Oh, copy unit. Oh, you have an empty map. Now, I think I need it back, is the issue. I think you should like type inference styles and anything. Yeah, go away. Alright. Oh, I think that will be already gone, so let's see if that runs. So apparently no types. So the conclusion is that I've kind of been wasting my time because it's too complicated of a thing for me to implement. One previously emitted error. So we need to import or contact message for snake. I think it's snake. Did I not make it public? Probably didn't. Message context message. No, it's public. It's just probably never exported anyway. Alright. Let's copy this. Need to like control F this. Somewhere's gonna have pub. Yep. Okay, and then we can go back to here, go here, and then like import. Oh, wasn't missing a member apparently. Inner, and your inner is equal to snake ID. I don't actually know if I haven't used the enter, but anyway. You know what it is. Okay, let's see if this works. If it doesn't, I'm scrapping the whole thing and starting again. It's not worth it. It's a needed feature, but it's not something that I can fucking do. What did it? Nope, something panicked. Yep. Alright. Fuck it. I mean, that can stay. I'm just gonna change it back to here. I'm just gonna comment those out and use the original and leave it at that. So basically, it's just it's too complicated for me to implement with my understanding of how Lightyear works. It's a really needed feature because I despise that I can't It may actually be something you could already do. It's just not very obviously documented. Oh, wait for everything to recompile. Like if we go to, yeah. No, this is the docs might actually have it. Search for common text. Lightyear UI network timeline asset. Handle. Query, callback, nope. Server. Yeah, it's gonna be that kind of server. Nope. What else can we look for? Serialize. Oh, come on. Alright, we'll go to the repo. Get a book or something somewhere. Simple block. Show how physics simulation using human relieving figure to character projectiles FPS. Long text. Okay, high priority to low priority until the bandwidth is full. We know each message size because we've encoded it as bytes already. Then we pack these indirect video messages into packets. We continue with continued bits from channel changes. Are there more messages from this channel, or is it another channel of sizes of 120 bytes? The reason we understand byte per packet. Next one, we can, for example, if it becomes Retouch needs to be much faster. Data is much more compressed. For example, like A, B, C will be encoded as A, B, C, C instead of A, B, C, A, B, C, A, B, C. How does it work this time? Strange. Okay. What was it doing? Register component. Crate. Snake ID. I hate it so much that I have to do it this way. So we have to be like, hey, you're serialized, deserialized, and component now. Lazy bastard. So then we're gonna go to like main, like pain in the ass thing of we should probably go to maybe rendering and be all like FN change skin, which is I guess populated, changed, query, snake, snake ID, change snake ID, we need the asset server, asset server, where is asset server? We need immutable, changed, don't think that's correct. I think it's just snake dot snake type asset server dot load snake ID. The reference here. Yeah. Okay. System. Yeah. No. Just again. All right. So now I just need to go to my debug ones. I think in my debug one I've got change skin as well, but we need to make that work. But instead we're going to target snake. ID. No, I guess it makes it much easier to do the fucking or snake type. Next, snake type. No, next. Like that. And then we don't need this. And that should mean that like if I can press F1 and change skins and it's working. I recompile everything because yeah, really messed up that one. How long have I spent on that? Like fucking like 3 hours trying to get that to work. God damn it. What a colossal waste of fucking time. Look at that. And why have I turned you like, oh yeah, that's what's going on. I'm fucking unmuted myself. What a noise. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So apparently I can't steer any of the snakes, but now I'll go to the other window. I am curious if I can go like terminal, new terminal, run pull client. I run a client, is it going to spawn another snake? Or will there be 2 snakes? I'm probably going to need the fucking editor to work this out because I have no goddamn idea how to test for that. It didn't like that at all. Okay, only one socket. Oh. Features. Default features. Enabled. No default features. I didn't spell it right, Ronnie. No okay. I suspect I need to turn client back on, but we'll find out. Okay. I don't think you've done anything. I don't think you've even connected to the server. Cool. Alright. -- FEA TOS. Okay. Is that how that works? I don't know. I don't know how I can run without its feature turned on. Maybe it did turn it on? No. Alright. Well, it's definitely spawned a snake now. There's 2 snakes on the test window. But there's not 2 snakes. Oh, there's 0 snakes here. So why are you not getting the snake? Like, you're getting the console message. The snake is... Oh, no, you're not. Maybe you are? I don't know. What the fuck's going on? So, when the server spawns... It spawns a snake view. It's white spotted. Oh, we should probably also give it the snake. The snake ID. White spotted. Like that. Oh, we probably should restart the server, you know? That would help, wouldn't it? If that's the one that's doing the thing. Yeah, you didn't realize that. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. No. I need the server to stop doing that. Maybe make it not full screen. Okay. So you could, yeah, client netcode 0 connected. Now you're complaining about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 things without parents. Now, no, you can only get 4 things without parents. 9, 10, 12, 13. Right. Which means that I'm hoping you are actually spawning the snakes, but I can never fucking tell. So handle connection says spawn this, send it to clients, network targets all. You say it's controlled by, and it has 2 children snake segments. Now they're complaining about not having a parent, which I'm not surprised about. Okay, my suspicion. So we're sending this across, and we're sending. I'm assuming we're sending this across. If we go to protocols, we send across the direction, the segment, the snake size, and the snake ID. All right, so we go to you and say, hey, you have a require. Right. Snake doesn't have a default. Fine. Fine. on add. New world, deferred world. Okay. Let handle equal world that happens over load context. World get context dot entity dot expect this is snake ID. Okay, so we get a handle to ourselves. Now we're gonna say world dot if let okay mute snake over world dot get, yeah. Okay, I think it's something. Else the snake knew from the handle. Okay. And then we don't need to do the update because it's like if you inserted it should have already added the snake. Maybe not though. No, I should do. The fun thing about this is I'm pretty sure we can just restart the client. We don't have to restart the server because the server's going to send the same information regardless of if the client responds the same way. So we should just be able to rerun this and get the same result. Okay. Question. You spawned these two segments in, but you didn't spawn the snake in. Can we print? Rerun this and see, like, are we actually even spawning a snake? Like, how do we sync the snake across? Replicate. The answer is no. What? One, two. It's, yeah, so it's still spawning the two snakes, but they're just not, they're not replicating across. Like, it's not sending the snake ID across. It's sending the children apparently, but it's not sending the snake ID. Oh, I didn't add the function. That's fine. Wait, I didn't add the where is it? Snake ID. I didn't add I didn't make a hook component on add self on add. Right, let's see if that works to get it to fucking finally spawn a snake across. Hey, we did it. Now they're both on top of each other, but that's fine. Can I possibly sync the transform? I guess you don't really want to be syncing the transform. You do, but you don't. Protocol. App.register. Copy this one. Register component. Transform. Now I don't know if we want to be syncing the transform. We might be better off doing like a message that says like sync the player to here. Because registering the transform, like syncing the transform is like a lot of data to be syncing for like no reason, because in theory like it should be exactly. Okay, well it's also definitely not working. I think there's only one snake, isn't there? I don't know. Why do I not have any control of either of the snakes is the other question. Okay, plant can... Oh, here's our gain control of snake trigger. So, how do we know that though? Because I'm fairly sure it says like move snake. Can we stop, for the love of God, printing that every single time we move? Okay, so we get in, we have our snake. Now I suspect there's actually two snakes, but the snake ID added to you. Snake ID added to you. So there's definitely two snakes. As this client started, at any point does it say gained control of snake? It doesn't appear to, which implies that it's you that gave control of the snake. Okay, let's restart the fucking server so it also stops fucking spamming. Actually, that'd be funny. So what we should do is we should go server and then main, I think it was, and do this. Right. So it should mean that the server spawns up in front, but it doesn't stop me from doing things, it just lets me click through it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. I should probably get rid of some of the other stuff that's been pretty dumb, like the minimap. So spawn player. So debug. Config feature echo. Technically, I think the feature is server. Just have a quick squiz at features. Yes. Main. No, not you. Debug. Okay, cool. Right. That's the debug square, and then where's the minimap? It's probably main, maybe like a minimap plugin. Map plugin. Okay, let's restart the server so it doesn't have this big blocks blocking most of the screen. You really don't like being disconnected from the server, that's fine. Right. Now, I'm assuming the server... So they told me I gained control of Snake 103. Now, there are apparently two snakes. Does that mean you reconnected? Maybe? Have you reconnected? I don't know. Hell. Also, why are these snakes not going all the way to the screen? What the fuck is up with these snakes? Maybe it's not full screen. Right. Oh look, now there's snakes everywhere. Okay. So you have two snakes that are wigging the fuck out. Now, did you say anything about like getting control of a snake? The answer is no. You're yelling about that. Texture not loaded. So like the server is having a bit of a wig out. Strange. That's why I don't think we should be teleporting the position, because it's wigging the fuck out. Alright, interesting. So first off, let's go to make the auto is full screen. Like that. So it's only gonna happen when I'm in the server. But let's turn this off. Let's restart this. So I don't think we want to transfer the transform. I think that's what's breaking it. So it's well, first off, it's for some reason spawning 2 fucking snakes. So fucking evil. Alright. So first off, let's make the server not spawn its own snake then. Where's that? Like a network here. Alright, so you just go here and you just say, god damn it, I gotta make it. Run no default features. So let's see if I spelled that all correctly. Probably not. No, definitely not, because I can already see that. Ah, for fuck's sake, no. Dash no dash default dash features dash server. Okay, well, it didn't yell at me, so that's a good sign. No, it didn't like that one compile time thing. Because we need client ID apparently. No, we don't. We only needed that because I was sticking a client into the server, which I think is breaking things at the moment. Breaking things because we transfer the client to the server for whatever goddamn reason. Which means we render one on the server and one on the client. Alright. So server's literally going to render nothing. Then we can come here and we can say, hey, run this, and oh, now there's 2 fucking snakes again. Oh, well, no, of course there's 2 snakes. One's the server, and one is you. Now, the reason it's blinking like that, I believe, is why would you be blinking? Brain switch on. Is because the position's being teleported. So it's only on connection that we need to tell it that its location is not its location. Right. So now, also we disconnected. So oh, there it goes. All right. Right. So also we didn't gain control of it at all, did we? No, which annoyingly implies like a control. So this isn't synced across. I guess it kind of makes sense. We would never know that it was synced across. But we do want the server to tell us that that's our snake. So I don't know how to know. Can we add maybe maybe granite? Yeah. And then we're gonna go to the examples. And then add plugin. That should do that. Okay. It'll hopefully let us see like all the different components and shit to put on. There's gonna be some kind of way of indicating that that's our snake as opposed to. Oh, well, we can sync. There's a way to sync only in one direction. Right, like we can go replicate to client all. We'll call it your snake. Okay. I'm curious his client ID. Do we know what the client's ID is? I guess we know our own client ID, don't know peer ID. Alright, I think we'll get Garnet running first and have a look at what components there are to see if there's anything worth it. But one thing is we'll just stick this component on and we'll just like replicate that across. May not be that easy. We probably want to restart the server as well. God, it does not like that. So look at how to turn on like the entity mapping or whatever it is. Because without the entity mapping, that it's obviously not going to work. That's why I'm wondering if we send the peer ID, because I think the peer ID, if I remember, like is like. Wait, what? Peer ID. Netcode. The client ID of a Steam user. Refer to the server. Don't I send the client ID? I don't remember. Do I send the client ID? Is that how that works? Network client ID? Hmm. Well, that's how I use it, but it's spawn client. Mm-hmm. When do I set the ID though? It's obviously not network configuration. Client ID. Oh, it doesn't like that I've got like multiple cameras. Res client ID. Fourth client ID. Yep. Oh. No, wrong one. Oh. Okay, so we have to go like oh, they don't fucking I'm gonna stab someone. There's no light, there's no camera. For some reason it won't let me make it any bigger. What the fuck? Alright, well, fuck you. Well, they all need names because of how the editor finds things, so go back to like my server. I'm just gonna like yep, do that. Now we're gonna go, hey, when you spawn, name. Okay, and then we have to go to client, no, protocol, we have to sync the name. Don't sync the transform name. We will sync the transform right at the beginning, but like when they connect, the transform will be synced. But it doesn't make sense to sync it every frame because each player should move on their own, and if your clock is slightly out of sync with the servers, and it blinks. Oh, it didn't like that, so we can see it, but it really didn't like it. What are you doing that? You shouldn't have sound. Anyway, okay, apparently putting emojis in the name just breaks his UI completely, so fuck that. Annoying. No, apparently it just doesn't have a name. Are you just not syncing the name? Great. Great, very helpful. Okay, let's turn off curated. Why won't you let me full screen, you piece of shit? Right. Anyway, we have a name. It transferred the hash, but not the fucking name. Also, are these the same snake? How did we unparent? Okay. Not much fun. I already got to turn that off. Where's that sound? Please return. God. I don't know why it won't let me resize it. Oh, it's probably because I'm doing fucky shit with the resolution. Okay, So I can click on you. I can see two snakes, but that's probably the server. So you don't seem to do the right thing because I can't see the snake on you. Yeah, global transform, visibility, inherited visibility. Oh, it's because I don't even reflect. No, we only see reflect. Child of. Okay. Time to go edit the editor. So garnet somewhere. So let's call it tree or something. No, right tree, left tree. No tree. God, now it's trying to compile this one. God. No tree data. When do we generate our no tree? No tree. Hierarchy. In hierarchy query. First off, fuck off with name being a requirement. Dot map dot to string unwrap or format entity ID. Right. Fuck you. It's pretty broken something else because I've changed the shape of the hierarchy anyway. Where? Somewhere we get all of the fucking components. Is it inside this? No. No. Probably wherever I broke it. Filtered entities. Where did you come from? Data. Node tree. Data. What are you boxed node tree? Come on, tab. Okay, no, apparently not that. Okay, so no, that actually might be correct. Oh god, so bad. Okay, so okay, hierarchy changed. No tree data. Hierarchy query. Right. You. Wait, why are we collecting you into a vector? Detect charge. Do that. Thank you. Well, at least we'll detect somewhere. Reflect. The issue is it's going to be used fucking everywhere. Reflect. Nope. Get reflect components. Okay, search components. Component. Okay. It's not you. It's not. Register editor components. No. Get reflected components. Who calls you when? Component editor. What do we do with it? Reflected components. So let's call you get components. A vector of debug names. Okay. Right. Now I have to work out where the fuck we were. Yeah. Unreflected. And then we say, hey. You're a hub. Unreflected. No, you're a vector or debug names like that. I have no idea where you're displayed. Display entity components, probably in there somewhere. Reflected components. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's see what that looks like. Wait, no, this is the complete wrong editor. Go here. Are you still running? There you are. Okay. Are you recompiling? You seem to have thrown an error. Okay. Right, we have to go back to you and work out, like, we should have checked here for red arrow, red lines first. So you say no such field, but it's just patently untrue. But I have to like make sure I actually save it in all the places first. Do you see it now? No. Is it just called unreflected? Okay, well that would fix it, wouldn't it? And then we go down to here and be like, hey, so called unreflected components, thank you, and then lovely. Okay, so now we can probably come back here and get it to run. Hopefully. Okay. Come on. Okay, so hopefully now, first off, we see a hell of a lot more entities. Mostly because I told it to not ignore entities that don't have names. Now, some of these are going to be called client. Uncurated. And quick. Apparently client has actually nothing on it, which is a bit strange. Gotta track down the snake. Apparently the snake just doesn't have a name, so that's fine. Why are you not like have everything that I would expect on you? Like, where is the snake? Where is... No, it's probably just not fucking finding it. God damn it. Right, first off, did you even do it? Who knows? Can you like print line like found just see if it actually is finding anything? Also, what the hell are you spawning? But there is so many. I thought I turned off the debug shit. Did I spell it? Oh, I'm in the fucking wrong repo again. I'm almost certain I turned off the fucking debug tile, which means that like, where is all this extra shit coming from? What is spawning hundreds of entities? Like, what are these 300 entities? I assumed that they were just a tile that I was spawning in. Oh, yeah, these are the tiles I was spawning in. Okay, I should put them inside or something. Make it a little bit easier to hide it. Debug. Draw debug square. Come on. Dot spawn. Transform. Identity. And visibility. Inherited. But like, is it with children? Something like that. Just do that, do that, do that. I'll keep going. That like there. Semicolon after it. That should put all of them inside of it so that it doesn't fill the console up or the editor up. It's just like hundreds of little squares. What? And dimensions. Ugh. Okay, close this. So now they all collapse. I don't know what this is. Or this. There's tone maps. There's camera somewhere. I don't know where you're up to. You're really funny. Strange. Anyway, curated. Okay, you need to stop fucking spamming about the fucking cameras. I don't know how to make you not spawn for me fucking cameras. Annoyingly, the most convenient thing is just make my camera spawn later. Like render later. I want to say it's like later, it's more like the -2. Could be even more annoyed if it turns out that they've just been idiots and they've stuck with a camera. How many cameras did you fuckers spawn on the same thing? Sure, there is exactly one camera despawned, given ordering with even Rentag Ambier. Or two recording. I just changed it by like a lot. Like there's no way I guessed the only number. No, which means that they've got more than fucking... How many cameras do you... So, that's a camera. Oh, it didn't like that. How do I get the fucking editor to not spawn in cameras? So that's the window. Probably a camera. Yeah, I didn't like that. Okay, so when I spawn my camera, I want to do like a kill all camera. Maybe fix cameras. So this is going to mute camera. Query. No, mute camera. And then we go for camera. Don't set the ordering. I equals 0. Ordering equals I plus equals 1. Okay. So we're gonna do that in app dot add system startup post startup fix cameras, and then we're gonna, after we fix the cameras, spawn camera. Okay, and then where's my spawn camera? I need to just turn that off. Oh god, it's so bad. Nope, apparently didn't do shit. Who is doing what? Why are you doing this? Okay, can I just despawn all the other cameras? Probably not, because it will just break everything. Okay. Set logging. Bevy log plugin. Filter. I don't know if that's gonna work. Nope, clearly not. I don't know how the filter works. Probably that it'll only go higher then, so nope, it's still fucking turning up. Alright, well, let's go to the log plugin. Let's look at what the default fucking filter looks like. With error. Right. Why you do this to me? Why? How do I get you to shut the fuck up? No. Okay, is it render? No. How the fuck is it filtering? What is it filtering exactly? I would have assumed this is what it was filtering. Yeah, I can't imagine why they're not. This one was kind of a bit of a wash. I spent like 3 hours trying to do something that was just beyond my capabilities, so it just didn't end up working, but don't plan on taking them down, even when I do like a series on it, going like more detailed. Mostly because if you want to watch the like 20-30 hours of me doing basically nothing, so your choice. Gathering serialized components. I think technically the last stream may not be all there because YouTube only does 12-hour VODs or something, so it's like, because the stream was longer than 12 hours, I don't know if it chops the middle off or the beginning or the end, but probably, again, doesn't really matter. If we cut the end off, that'd be fine, because I legitimately got nothing productive done. What the hell? I just need to disable all the fucking cameras. I don't get it though. The camera orderings literally can't be the same because I go through and I change them all. My camera drive component. Then we go fix cameras. We say without my camera. And we say spawn my camera here, and then app.add system update run. Oh no, fix cameras. Fix underscore cameras dot run if key pressed. No. Input just pressed. Key code. No, F9. This is like, it's such a hacky way of doing this. I despise that they get to this state. What is causing this? It's going through, it's fucking editing every camera. Why are they still saying it's ambiguous? That implies that something's fucking overriding the cameras. Minus -1? Why you do this to me? I didn't want to turn it off. Fucking just shut it up. The issue I'm seeing here is that I can't go on the side here and be like, hey, which of these are cameras? Because like something's gone wrong with it. It's just not showing up things. Like that's a camera because it has a tone map. I know that much. But that appears to be the only camera, which implies that the rest are being hidden. That probably makes it my camera. Can't be my camera, right? Because my camera... I intentionally spawned my camera at not 0. What camera is that? Again, it can't be mine. Not even a tone map on mine? No, the fuck's going on? Very confusing. Anyway... Annoying. I don't think it's actually detecting everything, because again it's not showing up the snakes. I can't tell because it fills the console so fucking quickly with garbage. What camera is this? It's just a random camera. Cool. Great. Oh, it's the UI camera. Has to be because if it... Oh no, it's if it gets a high number than my camera. Which annoyingly implies my camera is fucking... Maybe it won't let you do negative numbers for your cameras. It definitely does. What camera are you? Who is spawning you? Who do I have to murder? Anyway. I don't remember what I was fucking trying to do now. I'm trying to work out why I don't have a snake. Clearly the snake exists. Right? It's just not... It's not finding the segments, which I don't... Whatever. Where is it? Yeah. Okay. So the depressing thing here is that even though I'm working on this editor, I'm literally going to swap to a different editor because it just doesn't do the shit that I want to do. So we're going to go Bevy. Editor please. Apparently version 10. It's fine. I don't know what that is, but you do you. I'm gonna main. Get rid of you. Where do I see that's client in the example? What is Steam Snakes? Oh god. Load. It's like the biggest wash of a fucking stream I've done in ages. Just got nothing done. Got frustrated at other people's fucking plugins. Why can't I do this? What is it? Why? Even on you? No. Edit plugins? What the fuck? Maybe editor please. Edit plugin. Default. Why wouldn't you work? Let me guess. Wrong Bevy version. Wait, version 14? What the fuck? Well, it's definitely not the right one. Miles behind. What the fuck? Do we have to use like a git commit then? Is this crate's just really out of date? Apparently so. Alright. You go over to the git thing here. What the fuck? What version's the git up to? Okay, Bevy 19. There's a 16. Right, we have to go to forks because nobody's going to push something. Let's go to forks. Well, apparently I can't see them. What the hell? Oh no. Please don't do this to me. Maybe 17? No. Come on. And with that, I think I'm going to give up for today. This is just so fucking painful. I'll do one more quick Google search. Bevy. Please. 0.17. The answer is, it doesn't seem to be that. Okay, I'm just gonna fucking call it. I am not having fun. I got shit to go fix on the editor. I've got. Let's just have a look, see if there's any like easy fucking shit that just pivots away. I don't know how I'm supposed to indicate to the fucking player that they're that the snake that just spawned is theirs. So this is the connection. And take control of snake controlled by. Yeah, but they never add control by, so control by is useless. Because it only ever appears on the server. Okay. So this spawns the snake. Well, it spawns the snake with the client ID, but apparently that's just not going through. Like, for some reason, it's syncing, like, the hash of the name, but maybe the hash of the name is just empty name. The name is definitely not, like, getting through for some reason. Just fucking annoying. It doesn't really matter. Where's the thing? So client ID. That's connecting. So you connect with client. Yeah. So you spawn this in. Controlled by target dot entity. We got the client ID, so we could stick the client ID. Maybe we should look at their examples. I'm sure they had an example. Where they were talking about like replicating. Client lib main protocol. No. I don't know their book. That the fucking book was kind of nice. Book. Basic systems. player bundle, client ID, vector. So there was like a way that they did like some kind of input thing. Since less than false. This is replicates all player the player entity to all clients that are connected to this server. Replicate to all clients. So we can like somehow tell it to fucking prediction target. Okay. Prediction target to client. Single client. So what the hell's a prediction target though? I mean, we could do that. We could just when we say the register component add prediction. I don't know. This seems like a really dodgy way of doing this, but we'll see if it works. Okay, so facing direction. Add prediction. No. I don't know what prediction does. And then we go, hello, right, so then it's single. So then we give them the client ID. So we go, hey, when we spawn the snake in, can we say like prediction? Prediction target. Nope, let's have it. Prediction target. Insert this component to specify which remote pair will start predicting the entity upon receiving it. That one. Single. But yeah, it's the right single. Replication. Single client. What? That doesn't sound right. Prediction target to client. No, code. Okay. So maybe. But how do I deal with it on the other end? That's my question. We also need to like restart the server because if you don't, probably have issues. I think restarting the server is more important than redoing the client. Come on. I Anything else on my list I could be doing instead? Add pathfinding, add saving, loading paths there. We could add grid rendering, kind of boring. Add multiplayer port support, add settings, add menus. For our walls, add sounds. Put ticket sounds. Yeah. Okay, well, it threw an error at some point. What the fuck? Right. Bum, 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 bum. Bim, 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 bim. So what the hell happened? I didn't think I changed anything major and it's like crashed. Like, it didn't crash, it just didn't compile. Like, it. What the hell's the difference between the client and the server? Oh, darn. That's what's happening. It's fucking compiling like a whole completely different version of Bevy. God damn it. Yeah, still compiling 14. Let me go. Oh, wait. I was wondering why it was fucking compiling so much extra shit. It's still compiling 14. Cargo. Yeah. Stop you two. It's gonna take too long. I don't really want to wait for it to fucking do it. What are you doing? You're 17, 17, 17. Okay. But why did it compile 14? Why is it compiling 14 still? Did I not save this? Is what's probably happened. Save this. Now try again. You gonna go a little bit quicker now that I don't. No? Yeah, because now you make fucking 2 crows to go. God damn it. So annoying. Spent all that time waiting because I fucking turned on something that only had a fucking version 14. Come on, why are you being so slow? What is going on? Why are you being so slow? Why are you being so slow? He's not even doing anything. Okay, yep, and you're gonna yell at me because the server's not up and the server's gonna take ages to fucking compile as well. We run you. Okay, so there we go. Now they're both running. Now, the question is, since I attached something to you, didn't I? I thought I did something. When I spawn you in, I spawn in the snake and I say, hey, snake. Oh, we populate the prediction across, but like that doesn't mean anything to me. Like what the fuck? How does the prediction actually get across? I think they really want me to use their fucking input system. I just really don't want to. Wait. Rep. To server. So what's the difference? I'm assuming to server. Replication mode, single client. vendors. Okay, so to client, single server. We'll try and find a single server entity in the world. Okay. Authority. So I don't get the with authority. So just have a manual claiming. Do I have to specify that it goes both ways? Like, the fuck? So, I need to somehow, some way, stick like a prediction on there. I don't know. I feel like try and print out all the fucking components on it so that I can like think about what one might be the one that I'm allowed to poke back. Because I assume in the protocol I can say like facing direction, be like delta. What? Okay. No. With replication config. I should roll back add linear interpolation. Enable correction. No, how do I like there's like a channel to go both ways? I mean maybe it's already configured. I mean admittedly I haven't actually done anything. How does it know which is which though? Your snake. And then well, see that's the issue. That like how do I like I need to make it like a message somehow. Struct your snake. And then like an entity. Like that. Now we like here, we'll go. Like derive not component in 30 serialized, deserialized, you know, the normal stuff. Print sync hack job. I don't think hack job does literally anything anymore. So Right, so we're going to say like app dot add message. No, that's Bevy. Register. Register message. That's your snake. Okay. Can I register an event? Okay. Event. Right. Okay. Okay, what the fuck is a trigger registration? Well, I just give you the app back. Okay. What happens when you... Well, there's nothing apparently. Right. And then we want to say like, how do I trigger you though? Like, how do I send the trigger to this client? Command send message, write message. I don't think write message is correct. No, that's a Bevy thing. Maybe we need. So this is the remote ID. Can I also grab like new? The client. I don't think so. How do I send a message? Just go back to their fucking book and be all like, is it connection? No. So events, client, timesync, server. Like their book's just empty, so this kind of fun. Examples, no. Transport packets, connection, reliability, replication. Okay. Pre-spawn. The fuck? Register component, player ID, channel direction, client to server. Server to client. Okay, maybe that's where I'm going wrong. Something tells me to change this because I didn't have to put anything in. But that would be interesting if I could actually specify that. I don't think I can, but alright, so what is this at app? Oh, register component. Channel direction. Configured replication. Okay. So I still don't fucking understand any of it. I think we need like a custom channel if we wanted to be back and forth. I don't fucking know. How do I do this? There was something about fucking, it's not client, but connection. I'm just gonna do something like actually we should maybe okay, so we're gonna do like E and then we're just gonna say query and deal like entity ref and then with client of and then say let okay E like if let okay E equals get for component E dot components meaning Q iter archetype dot iter components and that just gives me the fucking component ID like comp which is component is that why there's not in there res components? I think you can do that either because it's like a qualify CCS. So it's not a resource. I'm sure it's just a route though. Yeah. Comp.get info component current line let's see what that says. I think it's restart the client, not the server. Anyway, kill the client. It won't do anything until the server's going. And the idea is that, god damn it, fuck, stupid shit. Okay, so I'm just gonna print out like every component that's on this server when it gets a connection. Because like hopefully one of them will tell me like a name or something that's like, oh, that'll be obviously what the thing that was supposed to be sending the data down, because like I know it, but like I don't remember it. Why are you not starting? You've got a fucking error somewhere. Where is your error? Oh, it's right up here. You're probably telling me that actually you can't do that. Fucking none of this is mutable. This is grab world. Yeah, let's see if that works. It's probably still going to get me that it's incompatible, like, because I've got mutable access to fucking commands or something. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Okay. Server started, you connected. Good. Oh, there's so many. Right. Fuck off with the command hook then. Can't obviously print all the info. We have to just go name. Unwrap.name. Alright. This will just tell me the names of the components and not fucking every single component. Oh, and you crashed. Interesting. Okay. So you have transport, which it could be. You could be the link. I think the link was about sending individual things. You ping pong. Message manager could be you. Ping manager connected link of updates message, send them a replication sender, remote ID, authority request event authority. Wait, how do you have two of those? Oh, request and response. Okay, linked name, peer U2P connection, local ID. So it's either it's not going to be transport. Transport's like the version, the type UDP that can local timeline, link, client of ping, message manager. So I wonder if the message manager will let me do it. Okay. So if we grab like a mutable message manager, obviously we can't grab well, but yeah, message manager like that. Oh, and then we can drop the world, and then we can get that the fuck off, and then we're like, hey, message manager. Don't care about that, to be honest. We obviously can't do this either. Let's go to this and we go, hey, can at some point we say message manager dot send. No. What can I do with you? Apparently nothing. All your shit's like private, isn't it? Well, I can see your entity map. Well, that's kind of it. Stuck around here for ages before. Where the fuck is all the replication? Message. Oh my god, this is just needlessly complicated. Why can't I just send? Wait, there was like the whole type, wasn't there? Right, let's open it over here because it's easier to navigate when it's repository. Where the fuck was I? So it wasn't message manager, it was this multi-message sender, but then it was like actually send trigger, event sender. Send. Right, so you need a message sender for each fucking type of send. Multi-message sender. Hmm. Multi-message sender. Okay. Okay. Go wait, go back to my thing. You're like when you're the you're like let sender equal send. Interesting. We have to send a message ampersand to the server and the target. So the network target is single and it is client ID. The message is message your snake and then the server. Where do I go type the server? I don't know how it. What? Alright, server. What the fuck do you? Alright, so I guess we go. It's like single. Like reference server. So it needs to know a channel apparently. So So I guess we just need to like register a channel in our protocol. Maybe like struct channel 1 derive channel, I think. I don't even know. Let's see, Lightyear prelude. So okay, maybe don't do anything. Doesn't make any sense, but okay. So you'll probably say like register channel 1. So it definitely needs channel. Okay, so we'll go back to the book and we'll see if the book said fucking anything about channels. Channels. There's just derive channel on it, which is like just didn't work. Maybe I spelled it wrong. Possible. Nope. No. Where the fuck does channel come from? Who fucking knows? Network. Well, who fucking knows? Mode is channel mode. Ordered sequential. There haven't been sequential not ordered. What else is there? Duration and priority. Right. Now I don't know where the fuck that comes from. No, somewhere in Lightyear there must be a fucking channel. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? I guess import channel. Just needs to be send or something. Wait, the import channel for any T that is sensing and static. Okay, so what you're saying is it should already fucking have channel then. So stupid. Use super protocol channel. Okay, so your snake goes here. Let's say use super protocol snake. Public. Oh, that's already public. That's already public too. What the fuck are you complaining about? Okay. Done. Okay, so I'm just gonna click unwrap that, I guess. I have no idea how to receive the fucking message on the other end. I do suspect that I need to like configure the channel or something. I don't know, it doesn't really make sense to send a message on a channel that doesn't know how to receive it, but when I add a message, I just put the message in. Yeah, no, so it doesn't do anything. So how the hell do I respond to a channel getting a message? What does sending the message even do? When I hit send, and say send with priority, and then it fucking sends it into priority, and it says apply. Okay. But how do I do anything with this fucking message? So my suspicion is maybe that there's a client equivalent. So what was it called? It was like called like server multi-sender. So it's like a client multi-message receiver. Probably not, but nope. Okay. So if we go here, we go, hey, there's multi-message sender. What is it under? It's under like messages, stir, multi. Yep, that's it. Multi-message sender. So there's probably like a client message received. Receive. Message receiver. Server. Trigger. Okay, so it appears the message receiver is what we want. So I don't even know how it fucking works. Replication receiver, prediction manager, message receiver, use super protocol your snake. Default, yep. Okay. Like so. A component that receives messages of type M from the network. The component receives the network messages buffered in the receiver yield. You can call drain the messages from the buffer and process them. This message will be cleared every frame in the last stage. Okay, so you need like messages, receive messages, and it's like or messages. Mute messages. Query. Messages dot. Nope. Okay, message receiver. What the fuck was the receive? OM receive. Receiver dot receive. There we go. There we go. Okay. Right. Okay. We need to put this in like update. Then we need to go like, hey, can we run the server? The client, and hopefully it should send a message. I don't think it's gonna work, but wait for the client to be done, and then snake should appear. My suspicion is not gonna work because I'm sending an entity and I'm not mapping the entity between them, so it's just gonna send a random entity through, not specifically the entity that the client should actually be using. Weird. You crash. Huh. What do you mean missing? Okay, I guess we didn't register your snake. No, that's a Bevy thing, isn't it? No, this is a Lightyear thing. Okay, you don't apparently have serialized or deserialized. Okay, so the server crashed as soon as the client connected because the doesn't automatically stick the right things in. Okay. Alright. Nothing's happening. Waiting for this to compile. To be honest, I think I just make a bunch of snake events and I don't try and sync fucking anything. We just send snake events, like spawn snake. Okay. Did it send something through? Not really. You don't seem to have seen any kind of snake event, have you? Like you have the channel, I assume. Channel not found. Wait, what? How's the channel not found? Is it on channel 1? Right? Message, channel. And you register the channel, right? In protocol. Add channel. Oh god. What do you mean channel not found? Like, if I restart the client, is it going to find it this time? Because, like, we had more time? No. Error sending message, channel not found. But I added the channel. Channel 1. How did you not find the channel? Very strange. Huh. Do I... Can I just send it on the entity channel? The component? Probably don't want to because it'd be replicated. Do I have to, like... I can't... The only place I could think would be like app add, but like that's already done. App add. Channel, like... What do you fucking mean? What do you mean it's not fucking there? The fuck? You just can't find the channel. Client of 95 not found, or does not have. You know, that makes sense because it's fucking apparently 97. No, client no, 95 still one. Okay. Client of. This is a service say? Client of 95 not found. Okay. Why? Oh, you do like a. Message sender. Maybe that's the problem. Is we're not putting the sender on the client. Okay. Well, I didn't bitch about it not having it. Okay, it's in fact showed up on both. You still didn't get the message. Because you're still saying the channel doesn't exist. We have to like add channel. I think it's all private, isn't it? Message sender, default. No. Yeah, no. So we just default you because apparently you consist of a vector and a writer. Default. The fuck do I add a channel then? Serialization. Particle replication. I don't know a message sender, but somehow we put a channel on you. So you can't do that. This is okay. No, it's the same. So I need to work out like how do I add a channel? Well, there's a channel registry. Go here and see if they fucking got it written down somewhere. To use send messages at enter, you can add a new channel. Register by calling add channel method. Maybe maybe I didn't init the channel thing, so it's not working. I'm fairly sure I had the protocol before I had the no. Put the protocol in first. Don't think that matters, but maybe it does. Restart the server. See if it does. I'm thinking though it is possible that adding the channel doesn't activate the fucking thing. If that makes sense. No, there it is, self.wad.insert resource. Inner resource. You can just call init because I'm pretty sure this checks that anyway. Use none. Oh, this is just a random tail. Channel not found. What do you mean? What do you mean channel not found? After register a message, then add the channel. And. Nope. Why won't you fucking work? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Are there other, like, basic channels? There's obviously the replication channel. Mm-hmm. Replication group, edit group. Um. Query. That's gonna do shit because I just shifted it from one to the other.
Yep, now it doesn't even appear. Oh. You crashed immediately. Why did you crash? Query does not match. The fuck? I haven't even got the message sender yet. Yes. Of course. Right. Well, I give up. Thank you to anyone who tuned into the stream, made it to the end, that kind of thing with their bod. I've kind of had enough of this for today. Multiplayer fucking sucks. Need to find a better library. This one is needlessly complicated. It seems like it would be like really cool if I can get it working, but it's just so undocumented and so over the top with its complication, like it's abstractions. It's like I can't get it to just send the piece of information I want and to give me the data I want when I need it. But